Hello and welcome to Assassin's Creed Chronicles India. So I finished Chronicles China earlier, and this is the second game in the trilogy. Hey there Harbinger, welcome back. You quit this part of this game at the part where you're getting chased by a laser wall. You hate everything that is time related. Oh yeah, when you've got them shooting at you so fast that if you just stay still for a millisecond you'll get killed. Yeah, there's definitely some tough parts in this game, and in this playthrough, I won't be doing anything special like I did with the previous game, but maybe we'll not have any issues with that part. You never know. Sometimes it's a bit unpredictable. So if I go to extras, what was the costume that I had him wear before? It's the shadow one. I'm just going to go for the regular one. Alright. Okay, so like with Chronicles China, we're not going to play on any other difficulty but normal. So I've recently added these Chronicles emotes to the BT TV. So there's the three, Xiao Jun, Arbaz Mir, and Nikolai. And the character that we're playing as in this game is Arbaz Mir. And he is actually the father of Jayadeep Mir, who takes the English name Henry Green in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So this is set before Henry's even born. And the Princess Piara is actually Henry's mother. So after the events of this game, at some point, Arbaz and Piara had a child, and that child ends up being Henry Green, that we meet in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So I was saying in my Chronicles China playthrough how the cool thing about the Chronicles games is that they kind of connect really well to certain things. So Assassin's Creed Chronicles China takes place after the events of Assassin's Creed Embers, in which Xiao Jun visits Ezio, and he gives her a precursor box. And so the Chronicles China game takes place after that event, and Xiao Jun returns to China and she has the box. Then she loses the box in that game, and then in this game the box pops up again. But also, this really ties well into the events before Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So if you wanted to do a playthrough where you were doing like a, I guess you'd probably say, I don't know what you would call it, like maybe not really the Fry trilogy, because like, you know, the Frys don't enter into it as like siblings until way later, you know. This is only 1841 at the moment. 1868 is when the events of Assassin's Creed Syndicate take place. Hey there, Afro. Welcome on in. Indeed, that's the one I'm up to now. The second in the trilogy. We finished the first one earlier. Now the second one. And depending on how I go, I may even do the third one in one stream as well. Amritsar, India, 1841. Arbaz Mir has stolen the Koh-i-Noor diamond from the Maharaja's palace under the Templars' noses. Arbaz's mentor, Hamid, thinks the diamond is a powerful piece of Eden, but Arbaz is more interested in the beautiful Princess Piara. Her grandfather, Maharaja Ranjit Singh, was killed by the Templar agent Francis Cotton, and the region is in turmoil. British troops are strengthening their influence in the region under the command of Templar agents infiltrated within the East Indian Company. Events recently worsened with the passing of Ranjit's son and successor Karag. The court is preparing to crown his other son, Duleep, when Arbaz decides to take the risk of sneaking into the Amritsar Summer Palace. So Duleep Singh is a character that we actually meet in Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
Security's tight today. Someone must have noticed my visits. I don't need weapons to knock out a few guards, but better not give them a reason to shoot me. There it is. Now to reach it. Unarmed and in areas I shouldn't be, full of palace guards. This is going to be fun.
The Assassin's Heart, 1841, Amritsar Salma Palace. On the edges of the Amritsar Summer Palace stands Arbaz Mir, a skilled and deadly assassin. This mission is different though. There are no Templars to deal with, only innocent guards who, under the assassin's mantra, cannot be harmed. Arbaz must rely on all his training and skills to gain entry to the palace and move through its grounds without being detected. Deep within the palace walls lies Arbaz's goal, Princess Piara Kaua. It gets pronounced so many different ways, I'm not sure which is the accurate one. Princess Piara, like sometimes they say Kaua or Kua. Okay, so if we want to get increased health, we need 2,500. In this playthrough, I'm not going to be too worried about, if I don't make the points that I need for something that I wouldn't mind getting. And I'm not going to worry about the secondary objectives either, as well. But I might do some of them if I want to get the points that you get from doing it. I'm back. Get ready. Because the difficulty of these games will turn you into a bitch. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome back to you, dude. So in this game, they introduced the ability to actually knock enemies out and loot them, as well as pickpocket them, which is something the China game didn't actually have. Afro, it's pronounced Core, the last name. Oh, really? Okay, so you don't need to try and pronounce the A and the U in it, so it's just Core. That's cool. Thanks for letting me know, Afro. I always like to find out the right way to say things, especially, obviously, if they're not, something that I'm familiar with. Like, there's a lot of names that I try to get right, but, sometimes how you think they are pronounced isn't exactly right.
The gate is not guarded. This should be easy.
बदलन दा वक्त हो पिया आप जा सकते फिर खान लई
हो सकता वो
Catching rest, but not intruders.
आजकल इतने कुछ वादा आ रही है
सुनिया तू राजकुमारी इत्थे हैगी
Hey there, Zayas. It's going really, really good, thank you. How are you? How's things? This game looks gorgeous. Is it any good? I like it. Yeah. I really like all three Chronicles games. China, India, and Russia. Because I'm a big fan of the old school Prince of Persia, this whole style with 2D just, is right up my alley. And really, really like it. So I'd probably say that the China one is still my favorite. But it'd be followed by this one. So, this one is in 1841, and this is the character who will end up becoming the father of Henry Green in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. And there's also a really cool after-credit sequence as well that you can actually get. You hit level 40 in AC Origins. Oh, congratulations! That's awesome that you got to that far, that high in the leveling system. That's awesome, dude. Afro, the O in the middle has a little ow sound to it when pronouncing it, like when you say orange. And her first name, Piara, was it? Means lovely in English. Not really a feminine name, to be honest. Ah, I see, yeah. Afro, it makes me wonder too, like when the people who write the stories for Assassin's Creed are actually coming up with the names. Like, Altair, his name, apparently, now I don't know if it's actually true, but apparently his name was supposed to mean something like something eagle or eagle something, So I don't know when they come up with these names for these characters, especially characters that are in different countries around the world. Like, I don't know how they come up with it, and what they're doing. So the name Piara, is that something that is kind of like a rare name to hear, or is that actually a name that is very popular? Because I don't know whether they named her that because it's a popular name or what they're doing. And sometimes I imagine they take what they think is how something could be spelled, but might not actually have the right spelling as well. So yeah, it's just like, ugh. So many things to consider, when doing that. And the thing is, like, we're at a point now where this stuff should be, properly researched and known by the people making the games before they do, Nemesis, Prince of Persia is delayed. Yeah, it's been delayed. This is the 4th or 5th time now. Yeah, so Ubisoft are getting good at delaying games nowadays. They've delayed Skull and Bones for 10 years, and now they're delaying. Not really. Like, 10 years ago, they basically started working on it, but we haven't got it yet. You're very much the closest you'll get to AC on Super Nintendo. Yeah, absolutely. There's also, there's a great game that I do want to play on the stream this year called Blackthorn. And it's a really cool game. So hopefully they still release Mirage this year. Hopefully so, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, but hopefully they do. Afro Piara is a common word, but not as a name. It's used as like what it means for lovely and cute. Ah, I got you now, Afro. So it's not a name, it's just a word, and they've gone, let's give her that name. I guess they wanted to, basically imply that she's lovely, that she's cute, that kind of thing. Because Abaz certainly thinks so. So that's where we're at in Mass Effect. Back at the Citadel. Doing the second part of the Citadel. In terms of main story, the most recent thing I did was the mission with Liara to Sony. And that's as far as I'm up to in the main story.
हाँ
ਸੁਨਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਰਾਜਕੁਮਾਰੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗੀ
ਅੱਜਕੱਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੁਝ ਵਧ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਆ
ਉਹ ਕੀ ਸੀ घुसपैठ करके गश्त बताइए
Afro, he has the trident hidden blade, yeah? I think so. I think he does. Let's see if it actually... Probably doesn't actually say it, but I think he might. That's Helix Blade. Yeah, not actually sure. To be honest, Afro. Review, you're pretty sure someone did a fan video of what it looked like if AC was on an older console. Oh, they did? Oh, nice, dude. Thanks for linking that. If Assassin's Creed was made in 1998. I love the concept of demakes. And in fact, I wish there were actually official demakes that companies did. Especially when it comes to, anniversaries of really old games that the company did. It'd be cool to actually have like a demake version of it. That's cool, Ryu. Thanks for linking that. Zeus lol back at the Citadel is about as vague as you can get in that game in the trilogy. Yeah, so it's when you go back there, and you've got the reporter who asks you what happened in the mission that you did. Zayas, you've been waiting on Ocarina of Time 2D for 20 years. Yeah, wasn't there someone actually doing that? Using the same graphical style as Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo? Because I remember that, like, ages ago.
घुसपैठ करके गश्त बताइए
राजा नू भी चिंता हो
They've always been doing that, have they, Zayas? Yeah. I mean, it's a long time coming.
These palace guards are innocents. Perhaps a quiet, non-lethal takedown would make my life easier. Got it.
The music in this game is amazing as well.
Got it.
की मैं चीजें तानी सुनने लगती हूँ
ਤੈਨੂੰ ਚੇਤਾ ਹੈ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਤੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਚੜਨ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਸੀ
ਅਸੀਂ घुसपैठ करके गश्त बढ़ाई है
I need supplies. These guards should have plenty.
महाराजा नू भी चिंता होनी
ਅਸੀਂ घुसपैठ करके गश्त बढ़ाई है
महाराजा नू भी चिंता होनी
I need to find a way up there.
Royal Twix, you love the India. Yeah, this game's good. I like this one. It's great that all three games have the same graphical style, but within that, they do a great job of making them each different and unique within that. Afro, which studio makes these Chronicles games? So it was actually Climax, was the name of them. Hey there, Horn Pub. Welcome. Weird AC game? Yeah, this is part of the trilogy of Chronicles games where they did this style. Royal, where are you playing this? What do you mean where, Royal Twigs? You mean like what I'm playing it on? The Xbox. You give the AC license to Climax from now on. Yeah, I think they did a good job with these Chronicles games. I was saying in the last stream that I wish that they still kept the Assassin's Creed Chronicles name, but do smaller scale games in various styles. So not just the 2.5D, but also, you know, proper 3D as well. And use it as an opportunity to showcase characters that we may have only seen in the other games, but actually give us an opportunity to play. So my example would be Yusuf from Assassin's Creed Revelations. If they had done another Chronicles game and had him as the main character. They could have done a game where it shows us when he first became an assassin, and then the game could end with him hearing that Ezio has arrived, and that's where the game would end. And then when you play Revelations, it will continue on from that as well. Afro, the guards are saying that the king must be worried because of the break-ins and trespassing. Oh, thanks Afro for the translation. Yeah, because Arbaz is doing that quite often, so we can see the princess. Yeah, Royal Twix, so playing on the Xbox Series S.
Got it.
हो किसी
Got it.
Are you here to kill me, assassin?
I'd be a fool to think I could.
I could kill you now, slicing your throat or plunging my blade deep into your heart.
Take my heart. It belongs to you anyway.
Do you always have to have a line at the ready?
And there we go, the future parents of Henry Green in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Alright, so we got 4,860 points, and so we got the upgrade of increased health and we can carry bodies faster. So as I go through the game in this playthrough, if I don't end up getting what I'd like to get with the points, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to retry the game until I do. So we're going to continue on, and that just shows you what you actually went through. So for that whole mission, we did the shadow, and you get like bronze, silver, or gold, and you can do silencer and assassin as well. The plus game mode, that's the second difficulty. So if you play on that difficulty, you need to get 7,500 points to unlock the increased health from that one. Ryu, still better than Prince of Persia 2. Dude, Prince of Persia 2 is like one of those things where it shouldn't be as bad as it is, because the first Prince of Persia game was so good, right? The second one, the scope is bigger than the first one, but the way that they do it is shit. So if someone was to take the original Prince of Persia and then edit things and add different levels and made it look like Prince of Persia 2, then maybe it would be a better version. But yeah, it's pretty shitty. It's definitely the worst Prince of Persia game, for me anyway, out of the entire series. So last year, for those who didn't know and weren't here, which is fine of course, but I'm just saying, last year I did a Prince of Persia marathon. So I played the original Prince of Persia, although saying the original Prince of Persia alone, there's 10 different versions of the original Prince of Persia. But the specific one I played was the 1990 MS-DOS version. The original was on the Apple Mac in 1989. But last year I played through the original Prince of Persia, the 1990 MS-DOS version, the Super Nintendo Prince of Persia, which I played it and included it in the marathon because that's actually the first Prince of Persia game I ever played, and I really like it. It's also by Konami as well, one of Konami's great games back in the day, of course. So I played that, and then I played Prince of Persia 2: The Shadow and the Flame. Then I played Prince of Persia 3D, but I had to play the Dreamcast version because the PC version didn't have the cutscenes working for me at all. I played that, and then I played Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, Prince of Persia: Warrior Within, Prince of Persia: The Two Thrones, Prince of Persia: The Forgotten Sands, and then the 2008 reboot. I finished with that. So I played through all those Prince of Persia games last year. Some I'd played through before, others I hadn't actually finished before, and some I never actually played at all. So that was good to actually cover that last year. Afro, Bayek, and Aya, but from India. That's true, Afro, yeah. Yeah, although I guess you can take any sort of like couple in the series and do that, but yeah. Zayas, alright, heading back into AC Origins. Enjoy. I definitely will, Zayas, that's for sure. Thank you so much for popping in. I really appreciate it. You have a good one, and have fun with playing AC Origins. Yeah, Ryu, Shadow of the Fart, more like it. But yeah, it's such a shame because the first game was so good. I thought it was Nemesis. Yeah, it was my second time playing it. Last year was my second time. The first time I played it was back when it came out in 2010. And I liked it then, and I liked replaying it now. There are some things though that it doesn't do the same way that the previous Sands of Time games did, because what happened was they did the trilogy, of course, Sands of Time, Warrior Within, and then the Two Thrones, and then in 2008 they did a reboot, but then in 2010 they decided to go back to the Sands of Time Prince and do the Forgotten Sands. So it actually takes place between Sands of Time and Warrior Within. But I thought it was decent, and the Prince has a lot of different powers as well that he unlocks also. But yeah, the gameplay is pretty smooth. It kind of is like games like God of War and Onimusha, in the sense that, you know, you have orbs that you can consume, and that'll give you, you know, like in the case of that game, it sort of gives you health and stuff. Nemesis, you have Dante Inferno on PS3. The artwork might be some of the best ever. Beautiful. Oh yeah, I never actually played that game. I think yeah, so it was on PS3. Horn Pub, so this guy went through all this just to get laid. Yeah, he and Princess Piara have had a thing going on for a while now.
Must you leave so soon? I'd like to show you how good I have become at your magic tricks.
That I'd love to see. Should I pick a card? It's the Queen of Hearts.
Very funny. You may be surprised to know that I have a concealed blade on me at all times now.
Really? I probably haven't searched you thoroughly enough.
Maybe you should search me now.
I'm sorry, my love. I have to meet with Amid. He believes the Templars are looking for the Koh-i-Noor again.
I told you keeping it was unwise.
That's why I gave it to Amid.
Just be safe, my love. Don't do anything crazy.
Don't do anything crazy. That's okay, our bars won't do anything crazy. Ah, so it's on Xbox as well as at Nemesis? That's cool. Yeah, never played it before, any version of it. Review the games based on the movie Aladdin are better too. Yeah, you're not wrong there. They're much better than Prince of Persia 2. No. Won't go through the tutorial. The Absent Handler, 1841, Amritsar town. The next morning, Abbas Mir is to meet with his mentor Amid. The Templar presence within Amritsar has grown, and Amid is concerned they have begun looking for the Koh-i-Noor diamond again, after its supposed destruction, leaving his lover, the Princess Piara Kaur, safe in the palace. Abbas must move through the bustling town and rendezvous with his friend before the Templars realize the diamond is in Amid's care. So the Koh-i-Noor diamond, that's something that is in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. However, it's only in the Last Maharaja DLC content. It's not actually in the main game of Syndicate. But, and this is a spoiler for that game, and all my Assassin's Creed game streams are actually not just spoilers for the game I'm currently playing in the series, but every single game. So I have a tag called franchise spoilers that I've put on, which means I'll talk about pretty much anything within the Assassin's Creed franchise, even games that I'm not currently streaming when I'm talking about them. But in any case, they go through all this trouble of getting the Koh-i-Noor diamond, but then Henry Green, Jayadeep Mir, who is actually the son of the character in this game, Arbaz, he just grabs a hammer and smashes it, and they're like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I can't believe you went through all this trouble. This is the fake version of the Koh-i-Noor diamond. The real version never actually left India." So essentially, the Queen, Victoria, had been carrying around a fake Koh-i-Noor diamond all this time, and I thought that was quite funny because you go through all this trouble, and Henry Green's like, "You idiots! It's not even real. It's not the real one." Hey there, Shin. How's it going, dude?
Lots of guards around. I need to get to Amid before they do.
His name's Hamid or something. He's the mentor of the assassin.
What if the assassins discover we're after their mentor?
Well, that's why we're out here. We're meant to stop them reaching him.
I've heard Captain Burns is personally leading the capture of that assassin mentor.
Really? Burns is here? This guy must be important.
Shin, it appears we'll be getting another Assassin's Creed in China. Its project name is Jade. Yeah, I think that's that mobile game that they're working on. I think from memory. It's just such a missed opportunity that they didn't do an Assassin's Creed game again with Xiao Jun as the main character. This is the other thing about Ubisoft that kind of pisses me off. They have all these characters in the series that they've done before, in all different countries around the world, yet when they do another game set in a country they've already covered, they never bring back the fucking character that they've already done in that country, you know, in that time period. So what they should do is they should actually do a game where Xiao Jun is the main character again, and actually have it be a major title. You know, that's what they should have done. But all they've done with the character in the years since the Chronicles game is basically put her in comic books and books that aren't actually canon anyway. You know, And this is something I don't understand with Ubisoft. Why are you wasting great characters as non-canon stories? Like, why the fuck are you doing this for? You know, it's just ridiculous. You still find it ironic how Aladdin bears a lot of similarities to Prince of Persia, and Disney still went ahead to make a movie based on the games. Yeah, it is ironic that all those years later we get a Disney movie that is a Prince of Persia movie. Yeah. Just goes to show that things can change so drastically over the decades. Shin, Aladdin and the Prince of Persia are based on Ali Baba and his 40 Thieves. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of things. There's also a book, the 1001 Nights, I think it's called. And Prince of Persia is also inspired by Indiana Jones as well. Like, directly. The creator of Prince of Persia, Jordan Mechner, was partly inspired by Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Over there!
That's true, Shin, they are, yeah. And Indiana Jones was inspired by the serials of the 1930s and 40s, like Zorro and those sorts of things.
Who's there?
Your mother's there.
Bit of country living and putting my feet up.
What?
No direct line. Perhaps I could bounce my chakram off the walls.
Shin, Dungeons and Dragons was inspired by Lord of the Rings. Several fantasy authors also said Lord of the Rings inspired them to become an author. Yeah, undoubtedly. Definitely an iconic piece of work throughout history. Even Stephen King was inspired by Lord of the Rings for some of his stuff when he was writing The Stand. This idea of a group of characters coming together to actually stop this great evil from actually taking over the world, and using their power and influence to, you know, control people and, you know, kill people and all that type of stuff. So he kind of envisioned Stu Redman as his version of Frodo in the story. Just like how Warner Brothers ended up getting the rights to Mortal Kombat, which was heavily inspired by Enter the Dragon, which was a film by Warner Brothers. That's true, Ryu, yeah. There's also that as well. It's amazing what can happen. So one day Disney might even own Microsoft.
You, stop!
Identify yourself. Identify yourself.
You intruder! Here! Yeah!
Nemesis, any idea why people wanted Hogwarts banned? No idea. I haven't really been following up on that game.
I'm too late. The Templars are here first. I will need to take them out in order to reach our mead.
You, stop!
See much battle?
Fair amount. Began to think that's all there was for a time.
Something important? Like what?
Haven't you been paying attention to the orders we've been getting down from the Major? No one must enter here. Make sure that is secure. Do not let anyone touch that. He's on edge.
What was that?
Over there!
Where are you, Hamid? Where did they take you? Looks like Hamid at least put up a good fight. If I follow Hamid's blood trail, it should lead me straight to him.
His name's Hamid, or something. He's the mentor of the assassins. The captain said he knows them.
So in the Chronicles China game, you don't get smoke bombs. Something that has a similar effect in terms of like distracting enemies so that they can be killed is the firecrackers. But in this, it's smoke bombs. Same with Russia as well. But in Russia, though, they actually add enemies later that actually have gas masks on, so the smoke bombs don't work. Which makes you think, how come, you know, people didn't think about, like Templars didn't think about that. You know what I mean? Nemesis, the echo with her music is unreal, lol. Oh, is it really? Yeah.
Not the way you spend it.
Live for the day, that's what I say. The problem with this job is that every day might be the last one.
Got it.
How long have you served?
A few years.
So these are rope things, or whatever they are. In the Assassin's Creed movie, there's actually a scene where the assassins are running across something similar.
The blood trail leads down here. Time to take a shortcut. Got it.
Okay, so it would seem in this game that they changed it so that the X and Y buttons actually assassinate to just making it the X ones. Okay, fair enough, game. I thought I'd press the Y button to assassinate to see if we got a different assassination animation.
I need to find an officer. He'll know the whereabouts of Amid. I'll need to remain unseen, though.
This part is fucking such a headache if you're doing a challenge playthrough. So if I go back over my stats, there was a playthrough I did of not only China and India but also Russia. And if I have a look, here we go. So in 2021, as part of my annual series playthroughs of Assassin's Creed, I did what I called a no desync challenge. To say that desync is essentially dying is not accurate, because desyncing in Assassin's Creed does happen when you die. However, it can also happen if you get too far away from a target. It can also happen if you're spotted in a part of the game where instant detection means you get desynced. So keeping that in mind, the punishment was I had to restart the mission if I got a no desync, whether that was from death, whether it was from not getting to a point in a certain amount of time, whatever the case may be, I had to restart the mission. So I actually kept track individually of each game in the trilogy, how many times I had to restart, but then I also tallied it all together to get a total amount for the whole playthrough, because I wanted to have the challenge count not just for the first game and then that's enough, and then the second game have the count start fresh and then see how many for that game. So each game in the series of Chronicles, I should say, in the Chronicles trilogy, 15 times in China I had to actually restart a mission. 47 times in India. And one of the annoying fucking parts of that challenge with this game was this part I'm up to right now in this playthrough. Because the thing about it is the timing of where the enemies are changes if you desync once, because when you actually hear Arbaz talk in the cutscene that we're seeing now, the timing of that plus when you can start controlling it, allows you enough time to get through when there's a certain configuration or pattern happening. But if you desync once, then when you reload your checkpoint and when it reloads it for you, the timing's slightly off. But the aim of this part is we can't knock out. I mean, we can't kill the enemy, and we have to knock them out before they reach a certain point. So keeping that in mind, every time I desynced in that playthrough, I had to restart the mission from the start, which this isn't the start of the mission. This is probably almost to the end of it. So I had to do that 47 times. In Russia, I had 23 mission restarts. So in total, for that trilogy, doing that playthrough where it was a no desync challenge, 85 times overall. Harbinger, all Chronicles games challenge, restart from the beginning of China if you get detected. Oh, that'd be insane. That'd be insane, Harbinger. Not even I would try that one. Like, that's just too much to redo.
These officers are often cowards who will flee at the first sign of danger.
Identify.
That's right, I forgot. You can't even use the smoke bomb.
What was that? Identify. Over there!
Me and you need to have a little talk.
Please! I don't know what you're talking about!
I followed my friend's blood trail out here.
I'm sorry for your friend, but I don't remember him. A lot of people have passed through here today.
You better remember him, quickly. The rope you're tied to is old and frayed. I don't know how long it'll hold.
Wait! Wait! I remember him!
Go on.
He was here. They took him to the main Templar building at the edge of town. It's a fortress. You'll never get in, but I can help you. Pull me up. I'll take you to your friend.
I'll take my chances alone.
Wait! You said you'd pull me up! You can't leave me here!
Buzz is like, remember when I told you I'd help you up if you cooperated? Yeah, that's right, Buzz, you did. I lied. Harbinger, honestly, you think it's easier than Tomb Raider Deathless runs? I don't know, Harbinger. I'm not sure, to be honest. Like, you got to think about it though. Even though these games are relatively short, if I got up to the end, the final level of Assassin's Creed Chronicles Russia, and I got detected, that's 2 games I have to replay just to get back to Russia again, and then I have all those hours worth to do. You know, whereas with a Tomb Raider Deathless run, if you die, you're just restarting that game alone. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'd probably think it'd be a bit more difficult than a no-death Tomb Raider challenge, but I'm not going to actually try firsthand to figure out if that's true or not. How many points did we get? Oh yeah, we got enough to get the crap sprint. That's good.
Hamid, what do you know about the Koh-i-Noor? Is it a power source? Enough, Alexander. He's no good to me dead.
He's no good to us alive either, if you ask me. Let's put the bloody stone in the box, see what happens.
I suppose you're right.
Good. Can we get back to the temple now?
Yes. Let him rot. We'll come back tomorrow and see if he's more cooperative.
It always reminds me of Sean Connery. The quest begins. 1841, Amritsar, Templar outpost. Learning of Hamid's capture, Abbas must infiltrate the Templar stronghold and free his mentor before it's too late. In the meantime, Hamid comes face to face with the Templar Major, William Sleeman, and his right-hand man, Captain Alexander Burns, who believes Hamid has vital information that will lead them to their goals. On Pav Koh-i-Noor, they make pencils? It's funny because the Koh-i-Noor diamond, at least in the Assassin's Creed series, the Queen Victoria in the Assassin's Creed series ended up having a fake Koh-i-Noor diamond, and she thought it was the real one, and everyone thinks it's the real one. But in Assassin's Creed universe, the Koh-i-Noor never actually left India, the real one. The fake one did, and that's the one that the British have, and that's the one that the Queen had, but it's a fake one. Because in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, in the last Maharaja DLC, there's actually a mission where you have to get the Koh-i-Noor diamond from Buckingham Palace. No, it's not Buckingham Palace, is it? The Queen's there, but it's actually... oh, fuck, what's the name of the place? I can't remember the exact name of the place. But anyway, in that mission, you get the Koh-i-Noor and you take it back to the train hideout. And guess what Henry Green does? He takes the jewel, he puts it on a table, and he grabs a hammer and he smashes it. And then he's kind of like, I can't believe you spent all this time looking for this when this is actually the fake one. The real one never left India. So that's a nice connection that this game has, because Arbaz is actually the father of Henry Green. But he's not born yet, though. But he will sometime after the events of this game, Henry Green will be born. And then ultimately we meet him in Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
A few years. Hoping to stay out of trouble so I can get a few more in before retirement. Nothing fancy. I've had enough excitement by then. Bit of country living and putting my feet up.
On what? Our salary is nothing to write home about.
Not the way you spend it. Where were you before you got stationed here?
Jaipur. It was a lot easier work than this place. It was too hot for anyone to cause too much trouble.
Sounds great. I've been all over myself.
See much battle?
Fair amount. Began to think that's all there was for a time.
Not much happening at the moment.
Good. A few moments of calm is just what I need right now. Gives me time to think.
About what? Something bothering you?
Nah. It's just it seems like there's something important going on. And the last thing we need is something to come along and derail it.
Something important? Like what?
Haven't you been paying attention to the orders we've been getting down from the Major? No one must enter here. Make sure that is secure. Do not let anyone touch that. He's on edge, so something must be happening.
Maybe it's just the heat. He doesn't deal with it very well.
So the funny thing about the conversations that enemies have in this game is that you have these two characters,
Hoping to stay out of trouble so
the
he can get a
exact
few more
same
in before
dialogue
retirement.
in this level related to Sleeman and all that
Fancy?
happens
I've had enough
between
excitement
any characters that are having a
living and putting my feet
conversation.
up.
But as the game goes on, certain aspects of a conversation will just loop, but it'll be someone else that
Not
says
the
it.
way you spend it. Live for the day. That's what I say.
Problem with this job is, well, that every day might be the last one.
Where were you before you got stationed here?
Jaipur. It was a lot easier work than this place. It was too hot for anyone.
Sounds great. Been all over this place.
I'll never get past that checkpoint looking like myself. I'll need a disguise.
So in this game we have parts where you need to actually get a disguise together. You need to go and get separate pieces of it. And I don't think it happens in any other game in the trilogy except for this one. And it's a feature that has only been in another Assassin's Creed game, and that's Assassin's Creed Liberation. This idea that you have 3 different outfits that the character can wear that are actually gameplay outfits, as in you have personas. So you have the lady persona, you have the assassin persona, and then you have the slave persona. Because Assassin's Creed Liberation is set in New Orleans, and you play an assassin named Aveline. And it's during a time, of course, when unfortunately slavery is happening and going on. And in that game, with the 3 personas, there's pros and cons. The lady persona can't climb stuff. She can only go up staircases. So if you need to get somewhere that is only accessible by climbing, you won't be able to do it when Aveline is dressed like the lady persona. And it's something that I wish that they would bring back in the series, because it allows for so many different opportunities, especially when you're dealing with a game that might be set in a time period that people might consider unrealistic to have someone wearing a hood, you know. And the example I always like to use is, now hear me out, if you were to set an Assassin's Creed game in the Wild West era, I'm not expecting it to be Red Dead Redemption, you know. What I am saying is they would have to change the gameplay a bit so that it's not based on playing the character during day or night and they're wearing the same outfit. In my idea for a game set during that time period, what you would do is you would have it that the assassins were like, look, we can't go around wearing our assassin outfit during the daytime. This era is just too difficult for us to blend in to, you know, society and socially. So what would happen is during the day, you would have a different persona. So you would be like an outlaw persona, or you'd be a gunslinger persona, or you'd be a law persona. And what would happen is during the day, there'd be certain missions that you would do, and if you were the outlaw persona, you would be able to go into the circles of other outlaws and get information about a Templar target. And then what you do is at night time, that's when the assassin would dress up like an assassin and then assassinate the target. And then once the assassination was finished, they'd leave. So if a game was to be set in that time period, I think what you would do is you'd have a daytime gameplay and nighttime gameplay. Daytime gameplay allows you to go around as an outlaw or like a lawman or a gunslinger, and whatever you find out as part of the story and as part of the assassin, later on the target gets killed at nighttime and the assassin puts on the actual assassin outfit as well. But in any case, the persona system in Assassin's Creed Liberation is a really cool idea. I wish they brought it back in some way. It doesn't have to be what I put forth, but it would have been cool to actually have it as an option at least. Yeah, Freedom Cry is awesome, Nemesis. When I do my annual playthrough of Assassin's Creed Black Flag this year, I'll definitely be doing that as well. Adewale is such a great character. I've actually got a BTTV emote of Adewale as well. Such a great DLC, and he's such a great character, but it's a shame that he gets killed off like he does in Assassin's Creed Rogue. I was really pissed off about that. Still am actually, in a way, but not enough to keep me awake at night, but just enough that when it's brought up I'm just like, ugh, Ubisoft, you idiots. Why kill off an amazing character in that way? At least have it, you know, in a full game where we play as Adewale again. And not at the hands of an asshole like Shay. Like, have it that he's protecting someone and he dies protecting them, and he kills the person as well while protecting someone. If he's got to go out, make it go out for that reason. Not just because they wanted to kill off an Assassin's Creed character. Like, create some new character that we haven't seen before and then kill them off. That way there's no real emotional attachment to them. Unless they're actually a character that becomes popular, obviously, but... it's like, that'd be right. Kill off a character that could have had their own big major game.
Identify yourself.
That's a good start. Just 2 more pieces to find. No direct line. Perhaps I could bounce my chakram off the walls. Two down, 1 to go. A little smoke should shield my movements. Got it. Huh? Got it. That's it. Now to get back to that checkpoint.
Yeah, Afro. Sometimes he uses his sword. Sometimes he uses his hidden blade.
I understand. We'll only allow townsfolk through the gate. Anybody else, and we'll lock down.
No need for the disguise now I'm through. I need to reach Amid, and it isn't going to work where I'm heading. These bells are all linked. If I get seen, they will set them off, and Amid is dead. Nearly there, old friend. Hold on.
Where were you before you got stationed here?
Jaipur. It was a lot easier work than this place. It was too hot for anyone to cause too much trouble.
Sounds great. I've been all over myself.
See much battle?
Fair amount. Began to think that's all there was for a time.
Good to see you, my friend.
Thank you, my friend.
You're a tough beast, you know that? Who took you? What did they want?
It was Major William Sleeman. He was asking about the Koh-i-Noor. He wasn't alone. Alexander Burns was with him. You've heard of him, I assume?
By reputation only. He has killed many of our brothers. You are lucky to be alive.
Luck has nothing to do with it, brother. Unfortunately, Sleeman took the Koh-i-Noor.
You lost my jewel?
Something big is happening, Arbaz. They talked about a box, and using the Koh-i-Noor to power it. It may be Ezio Auditore's box that the Brotherhood lost long ago.
So you want me to steal the jewel back? And the box?
Yes. Go to their new outpost. You'll find them, and I hope the entrance to a secret place I've been suspecting for a while. A precursor site may be underneath the palace.
Interesting. I'll take care of it. Stay out of sight, my friend.
It was Afro, yeah, so that's the Helix glitch. So even though these games don't really show a lot of present-day stuff, we still actually are someone using an animus to experience these memories. And in China, they don't actually do it in that way. They tell you that you have a Helix ability, but they don't do that whole big song and dance with the cutscene that we saw. But in this game and in Russia, there's actually different ones that you can do. So you can also do ones where, when you activate it, depending on how much Helix you have, and that's the blue bar in the top left-hand corner, you can actually make our bars invisible to enemies, even if you're not actually amongst a crowd and stuff like that.
I need to find this Major Sleeman. He can't be far.
But that was meant to happen, though.
I need to talk with you about the security arrangements, Sergeant. Follow me.
There he is. I need to keep on his tail, see where he heads.
Something bothering you?
No. It just seems like there's something important.
Got to keep moving.
Make sure the men are properly rested. Too many seem to be lacking concentration. This side of the palace is exposed. We need to make sure that no one can scale these walls. I don't want to hear your
Arbaz, faster.
I want it to be done. Guard this entrance with your lives. There are assassins in the area. They will eventually find this place. So, keep your eyes open.
The Major has ordered us to seal this entrance. Take the handle to the wheel and guard it with your life.
Yes, sir.
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
So in that previous part where we had to keep up with him, if you'll notice, even when we are literally ahead of Sleeman, the game will still be like, you're falling far behind. So it can be very misleading as to whether or not you're actually doing it right. But the thing about it is, as long as you stay in front of where he is, then you'll be fine. But if you get too far behind, obviously you'll desync. But sometimes it can be confusing. Hey game, you had both of the enemies with the icon above their head. Do not lie to me
to get that handle back.
And say that that double assassination didn't work. Let's try that again. Unless you can't do double air assassinations, in which case why put the two icons above their head when you're above them?
It just seems like there's something important going on, and the last thing we need is something to come along and derail it.
Okay, so I'm not going to trust the game when it says that I can do a double air assassination when the two icons letting you know that you can do the assassination on them is actually present, because the game lies. It worked there, of course, but when a game is designed to have icons to let the player know when something is in contextually the correct place, what do they think the player is going to do? Press the button. So when the game is like, oh no. Not going to accept that. It's bullshit. So I can only trust the game to do a double assassination if I'm actually on level ground with them, regardless of whether the icon are above their head when I'm higher than them. It's ridiculous.
Not much happening at the moment. Good. Something bothering you?
No, it just seems like... Nothing.
I have the handle. Now to open that entrance.
Literature Lad, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very much.
Seen much battle?
Around. Began to think that's all there was. Identify yourself.
It must be the assassin! Fire!
So if you want to get gold in that situation, you have to reload the checkpoint and basically make sure that you don't get seen. It doesn't matter if they don't fully detect you. There's a difference between them seeing you and them being alerted. So it's very, very finicky because there's achievements as well, or trophies with this game, dependent on getting a certain playstyle throughout the whole game. But it's one of those games where if you're trying to get through the game without killing anyone, there's certain targets that the game wants you to kill, so they're exempt. But sometimes an enemy will get killed off screen that you don't know about because you never heard them die and you never saw them die. But the game is like, oh, an enemy died. That's not an enemy that has to be killed. You know, so it can be very, very tricky. Afro, hearing each other through floors now, are we? That was close. Kick. Yeah, that was funny. That's actually happened at least another time in this playthrough, which is very, very weird. You know, but that was close. Yep. But yeah, if you want to get gold in any category, you obviously need to make sure that you're keeping an eye on what you get. But sometimes the game can be annoying because it will actually give you a checkpoint after you've gotten your result for the previous section, whether you got gold or whatnot. Harbinger, Stormtrooper aiming tier. Exactly, shooting all over the place except at the target.
There's Sleeman. I need to find another route. A quicker one. Oh! I need to watch my step around here. Seems things are a little fragile.
The Secret Below. 1841, Amritsar Precursor Site. Arbaz has followed Major Sleeman to a secret precursor site, hidden deep beneath the Templar outpost. Arbaz will need to be at his most agile as he navigates this mysterious place full of fragile structures and deadly ancient traps. It's so funny, Harbinger, I did not even notice that you said Star Trooper and not Stormtrooper. When I read it, I just saw Stormtrooper. It must be my subconscious just filling in the blanks and saying, you know it's Stormtrooper, Rod. You've watched enough Star Wars since you were a child to know. But yeah, there's no worries. I didn't even notice you put Star Trooper.
I need to move fast through here. Try and beat Sleeman to whatever it is he is looking for. That was close.
This is all very interesting, but the secrets we're searching for lay much deeper inside this cavern.
So we have some music that's very reminiscent of what we hear in Black Flag when Edward Kenway and Mary go to a precursor site where they have the face of the sage.
Stay out of trouble so I can get
Help!
Apparently the Major.
Faster, Albaz, faster. Why do I make this so hard for myself? Those counterweights seem to be the key to getting that door open.
Watch where you tread, gentlemen. This temple could easily become your tomb.
Hey there, Walker Man. I put an emote of Lara Croft saying, "Tomb, did you say?" but I wasn't quick enough, plus I forgot that he says that.
Precursor traps. I should stay clear of them.
Major has, though. He seems to know all about it.
Hey there, Walker Man. Things are going great, thank you, dude. How's things going with you?
Stationed here. Jaipur. It was a lot easier work than this place. It was too hot for anyone to cause too much trouble. Sanskrit.
What was that?
We've lost too many men now to stupid absent-mindedness.
Got it.
Walker Man, not too bad. It's 3 AM and you're wide awake after falling asleep watching a stream at like 8 PM. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I know what that's like. You know, you fall asleep to something and it could actually disrupt your normal, like, sleeping schedule. Hopefully, you'll end up having a great day and won't, you know, feel too tired later, dude. You've been watching the newest release of Forspoken all week. For as much hype that game had, it's been very disappointing. Really? Yeah, I never actually looked into that one, but that is annoying, especially if it's one you're actually really looking out for. It was Nemesis, yeah. I think it's a great Assassin's Creed game. I really like how it added the ability to do chain kills, and then also I don't mind optional objectives in the Assassin's Creed series, so the fact it introduced that in that game was quite cool for me. But yeah, it is a great game. Welcome in, not saying don't buy it to anyone, but it's not for you. That's understandable. Yeah, there's definitely games where I've tried to play it, but I haven't really liked it, so I haven't continued. Too fucking early, Rod, you idiot. Alright, so we did it in 10 minutes and 3 seconds, which means we don't get the assassination noise reduction, but we do get increased noise ammo. Welcome, man. The next big releases are going to be Jedi Survivor and Wo Long Fallen Dynasty. Yeah, hopefully they live up to what they could be. Because you never know sometimes, like even if the first game in a series is great, you never know if the second one's going to be up to scratch or not.
I can't afford to wait for that platform to come back down. I need to find another way up.
Alrighty then, now that my mouthful of food is eaten, the enemy revealed, 1841, Amritsar Precursor Site. Moving deeper into the Precursor Site, Arbaz must remain on Sleeman's footsteps if he is to discover what this place holds and what the Templars are after. So if we do this in under 6 minutes, we get smoke duration increased. Walker man, you've not seen any gameplay footage of Jedi Survivor other than in one trailer, but you've played the demo of Wo Lang and it was fantastic. That's good. It's good that you had some experience with gameplay with the Wo Lang game. Because that's very, very important. You know, as much as I love stories and characters in games, and if the story and character is shit, then I won't play the game ever again. But gameplay still needs to be of an acceptable level as well. So it's good that you've played it and you've enjoyed what you've played so far.
I should be careful. It looks a long way to fall. I should be careful. It looks a long way to fall.
That's okay, Afro. I thought I might be able to make Arbaz reach one of the other ladders, but the distance was wrong. That's right. What's here I've already collected in a previous playthrough.
Unbelievable. I have never been anywhere like this.
Be careful though.
Identify yourself! Intruder!
Here!
Fuck you, cunt.
diamond really is the power we've been after.
Coming up soon is one of my favourite parts in this game, and one of my favourite bits of music.
It works.
You have something that belongs to me, sir.
Another assassin, I presume. Are your friends with you?
Hundreds. We own the place, thing. Give me my jewel and that box.
Never.
What have you done?
Damn you, assassin!
Time to leave. Got to keep moving. How did you find me?
I followed the noise. What on earth did you do? This site was priceless.
It was an accident. The temple collapsed. And you were right about the box. I saw it. The Koh-i-Noor. It produced a light and showed a map.
A map?
Afghanistan.
Ah. That makes sense. Whilst you were down there, I followed Burns. He has taken a battalion of men to Herat Castle in Afghanistan. The box must have shown another precursor site. Follow them. Take whatever it is they are after before they can secure it. We don't want these precious artifacts in Templars' hands.
Afro bruh, laboured and lost, are you serious? Yeah. Yeah. It's also a great moment too. I've mentioned several times on the channel, but I don't mind retelling the story. When I was a child, about 10 years old, I first played Prince of Persia. It was the Super Nintendo version by Konami, and they didn't just take the original 1989 Prince of Persia and just put it onto the console. They actually changed the graphics, added more levels, added different music, and all this kind of stuff. That was the first version that I played, and in that game there's switches you press and doors open, but not every door stays open. Some doors actually close on you slowly, and you got to actually run and jump across stuff to actually get it. So because of that kind of gameplay when I was that young, it really impressioned on me how awesome games that use that are. And obviously times changed and graphics got better, but the basics of certain platforming games stay the same, whether it's Prince of Persia old school, Tomb Raider old school, and then you get like, you know, Prince of Persia later and all that type of stuff. It works on similar kind of basics, you know. Sometimes you press a switch, it opens up a door. The door's on a timer, you have to run and actually do it. So as I got older and more games started to do things like that, especially when you get into the arena of like Assassin's Creed. Now I never played Uncharted until a couple of years ago, so for me Uncharted wasn't a personal experience that I had. But Tomb Raider certainly, and Prince of Persia as well, and that kind of stuff. So whenever there's a game that has a moment where you have to run through something, whether you're being shot at or stuff's falling behind you, and there's a goal you got to get to before like a door closes or anything like that, I always love those kinds of sequences. And Prince of Persia having that kind of stuff goes back to the creator, Jordan Mechner, actually watching Raiders of the Lost Ark, which was the first Indiana Jones movie. And there's a scene in that movie where Indy has to jump across this gap and the door's closing on him, and he doesn't have his whip because the dude that he thought was actually helping him ended up being a traitor and didn't throw the whip to him. And anyway, as he runs and jumps, he doesn't quite make the jump as in land on the other side. He actually has to grab like a tree root or something, like a vine or something that's coming out of the ground on the other side. And as he's pulling himself up, the door's closing and closing and closing, and then he gets up and he runs towards the door, and then his hat is left behind, but at the last minute his hand reaches and grabs the hat before the door closes on him. So Jordan Mechner, watching that when that movie came out, that inspired him for the type of gameplay you saw in the original Prince of Persia. Running, jumping, pressing something, a door opens, you got to get to it, you got to run fast because it's closing down on you. And there's moments in that game where you just make it through the door before it actually closes on you. And so that kind of stuff has been used in multiple games since then, of course. But whenever there's a game that has a sequence like that, I'm all for it. And that's why I love games like this, like, you know, Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia, Tomb Raider, Uncharted. The things that are similar between all those franchises are what makes me want to play them. I don't look at one and say, well, I don't like this game simply because it uses some similar stuff. I'm like, give me more of that, that's what I like. You know, it's like with first-person shooters. If you love first-person shooters, then you will come across some obviously that are crap, but what's drawing you to even try a first-person shooter if you're a big fan of them? It's the fact that it's a first-person shooter. That's what's drawing you to it. But that doesn't mean that Doom is like GoldenEye. Doesn't mean that Duke Nukem is like Halo. You know, they're not copies of each other, but they do a lot of similar sort of stuff. And that's how I feel about the Tomb Raider series, Uncharted, and all that type of stuff. So when people argue about, you know, this is just a copy of that, you know, I understand, but for me, that's what actually draws me to it. If Uncharted didn't have great characters and had great story and all that type of stuff, then it didn't matter what type of gameplay it had. You know, it would have been a game series that I didn't like. But what made me want to even try them was the fact that they had similarities to the franchises that I do love. Tomb Raider, etc. Hey there, Livy. Good morning, Chronic Assassin Legion Leader Rod. How's it going, Levy? I hope you and Crooked are going well. Welcome, man. You really love the parkour in the Uncharted games. I do too. It's funny though, because the first Uncharted game kind of feels like Tomb Raider Anniversary, which came out the same year. But they are a great series of games. The fourth one ended up being my favourite one. It's going good, Levy. I finished Chronicles China earlier, and now we're on to India as well. And having a good weekend so far. Had a good week. Nemesis, did you play the latest Tomb Raider? Was it legit? I did, yeah. Yeah, I played the latest one, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. In fact, I'll be doing a playthrough of that starting next week, where if I die, I have to restart the game from the start again. But yeah, I liked it, but there's so many different sections of the fan base across all Tomb Raider series that, you know, it's very complex to kind of explain it all, but there's just differences. You just woke up, Levy. You're doing well. You're on your own because Crookie's at his parents' place. Yeah. It's good that he doesn't have to travel that far to actually get to both his parents' place and also, you know, his grandpa. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, Levy. Welcome, man. You don't even know what Naughty Dog is working on currently. Yeah, that's a good point. Not sure. Nemesis, these Chronicles side-scrollers are made well, seems like. Yeah, I thought so too, Nemesis. Like, some might look at it and go, that's not Assassin's Creed, and that's fair enough. But because I'm a big fan of old-school Prince of Persia, then this was right up my alley. Mark of the Ninja is an awesome game as well. Oh, nice, Levy. You're going out later for sushi. Nice. That'll be good. Welcome, man. Uncharted 2 and 4 both won Game of the Year, which is impressive since they are PS exclusives. Uncharted 2 is your fave. Yeah, I found all of them to be really good. I actually found the second one not to be as good as the first for some reason, but I can't remember now. Back when I played them, I actually said what it was that made me think that way, but I can't even remember now why I thought that way. Not to say that the second one's bad or anything, it's just I think I enjoyed the first one better than 2. Nemesis, you're hoping the Indiana Jones new game is made well and not rushed. Yeah, well, Bethesda's doing that one, that Indiana Jones game, but they only they only announced it. They haven't actually shown anything else of it yet, though. But hopefully it is well made. The last Indiana Jones game I played that was new at the time was Staff of Kings.
Herat. Is there really another temple around here? The Afghans have not taken too kindly to the British occupying the citadel. They are going to get picked off one by one out here. Unless... if I could take down those towers and open that gate. Nothing like a little war to create a distraction.
The Silent Assist, 1841, Afghanistan, Herat Citadel. After the collapse of the precursor site of the Templar outpost, Sleeman and his forces have moved onto Herat Castle in Afghanistan. I don't know why I said it that way. The local Afghans have not taken kindly to the British occupation and a battle has broken out. As Arbaz arrives, the Afghans are being contained by the Templar forces. Sensing an opportunity to help himself and the Afghans, Arbaz targets sabotaging key points of the castle to tilt the balance in the Afghan forces' favour. So in this level, I would definitely recommend people reduce how much smoke bombs they use, because there's a final section of this level where having all the maximum smoke bombs that you actually can carry is going to serve you well, because it's a timed thing. You need to kill all the enemies before the time limit is up, and there's a lot of enemies with different vision cones in different directions and different configurations and different pathways and routing and all this complicated stuff. So you'll probably see me not use the smoke bombs that much in this level. Welcome, it'll be probably a few years before Bethesda will release Indiana Jones, honestly. They're putting everything into Redfall and Starfield currently. Yeah, same with that James Bond game. The makers of Hitman are doing a James Bond game, but that was only announced. They didn't, as in, not like yesterday, but I mean, they've only announced it. They haven't shown anything else on it.
Don't concern yourself with any of the dead. Just make sure the Afghans don't break through. You stop!
Got it.
Nemesis, you might buy the Series X. You do have the PS5 digital. Yeah, my Series S that I have is actually the digital version, so no disc drive and everything. Which suits me fine, because a long time ago, I stopped actually getting physical copies of games anyway. So when I actually got the Series S, it was the only one I could get because my Xbox One had died. And because I stream a lot, I had gameplay that I needed to get done before the year ended. So I went down to the local retailer and had a look at what they had, and they only had the Series S, and I was like, yep, I'll buy it, thank you very much. I was prepared to buy any Xbox console even another Xbox One if it had to be the case, just to get just to have something, and then later on get a Series X. But as luck wouldn't have it, I actually went to the retailer a day late, because the previous day they actually had 2 Series X consoles. But then again, even if I did actually go there that day, there was no guarantee I would have got them anyway. But I had no reason to go the day before that, because the Xbox didn't die until it was like way past the opening hours. So I was like, oh great. It's going well, Levy. Chronicles China was good. There were some annoying moments that I experienced, but overall it was good, and this one's going not too badly either. I'm going to try and finish this and Russia today. I haven't, Nemesis, no. I haven't even seen any DC movies since I watched Wonder Woman, actually. The first one.
Men, keep it up!
If I could blow up the ammo cache, that would take out the tower. One of these guards must have the key.
We need to hold this castle until the Major is done. What's the supply situation?
We've got plenty. Do you think we'll need it?
No. But it's never a bad thing to be prepared.
Yeah, it's especially lately, like, I feel for Henry Cavill. He goes from being excited about being Superman again, losing, well, not losing, but potentially he's lost any chance of being James Bond anyway, because apparently the producers have a certain age that you can't be when they cast you as Bond. So that puts him out of the running for that. And then you got the fact that he's left Witcher.
Prepare for our moment of triumph. I think you overestimate their chances.
It's like, the dude can't catch a break as Superman. Was Man of Steel the most amazing movie ever and the best Superman ever? No, of course not. But
over there!
I actually liked it, and I think he deserved another chance at having his own movie as Superman, not a Batman movie with Superman in it. Even though there's things about Batman vs Superman I don't mind, but he at least deserved to get another movie on his own where he's Superman and there's no Batman or anything, you know. But I guess it evens out, because I think there's a Warhammer movie in development, and I think he's involved in it. Not that I'm a fan of Warhammer myself, but he's definitely someone that's passionate about that. I haven't, Nemesis, no. I've seen it being played, but haven't played it myself. You surprised Microsoft hasn't remastered it? Yeah, because it was 2013, wasn't it? Demise loves that game, Levy. Oh yeah, Rise, Son of Rome. Game God, this ain't a main AC game, Rod, lol. I still like it though, Game God. I actually include it because I like the game.
As we prepare for our moment of triumph, I think you overestimate their chances, soldier. What's the supply situation?
We've got plenty. Do you think we'll need it? Help!
Over here!
Hey there, Rosie. Welcome. It's not, no. No, I think this came out in 2016. After, I mean, Daniel Craig was like 37 when he played Bond, and Henry is 39, but to be honest, Bond doesn't suit Henry, he's way too buff. Yeah, I guess you can't have James Bond being muscly. It has to be someone that's not. But the thing is though, like the training that Bond would have being part of the Navy, I wonder if there's any regiments that they have to do. Because you got to remember too that James Bond wasn't always a secret agent. He was actually a commander in the Navy before he was recruited. So I don't know what they do in terms of like fitness and stuff, requirements. Afro Bond needs to be sleek. Well, there's definitely been versions of him that are. Levy, you mean he wasn't always that buff? He could probably lose a bit of muscle mass. That's true, actors from time to time will actually do that kind of stuff. I mean, you look at Christian Bale. He's gone from really thin for roles to really buff. So it can be done.
Now the guards are looking for me. I have to be careful.
Rosie, but he crushed that so hard. But that big, you don't know. You didn't get that impression, but you haven't read all the books. Yeah, I haven't actually read any of the Witcher books. Afro, what do you mean the same? Geralt is a big dude, even in the games. Yeah, he's definitely got that, I guess.
Extinguishing those lamps should help me pass unseen.
Nemesis, if AC Red done right, but it could be refreshing ancient Japan. Yeah, I like the setting and everything. They haven't actually said though when it's going to be set, because obviously feudal Japan time period isn't just, you know, 10 years for example. That I know of. I'm not a historian. I can't remember what eras they call what, but there's definitely potential with it. But personally, I'm not that excited because Ubisoft Quebec are in charge of it. And they did Odyssey. They also did Syndicate, which is actually better than Odyssey for me because Assassin's Creed Syndicate's actually an Assassin's Creed game. Plus they did Freedom Cry, which is one of the best DLC in the series. Be interesting to see if they can rein themselves in with all the fantasy stuff. Because I mean, if they take the route of like having things like demons, like supernatural stuff, I'll be like, no thanks. Onimusha is for that stuff, not Assassin's Creed. But we'll have to see. Have to wait and see what they do. Maybe they'll actually do an actual Assassin's Creed game again for once. Levy, you once read the first book but you didn't like it. It was a little icky and gross and there was some underlying tones that really made you wonder. Yeah, sometimes it's like that, you know. Even Stephen King has things where you think to yourself, dude, why'd you even write that? Nemesis, I'm hoping you can choose Samurai or Ninja. Yeah. See, the thing about that is there is potential to do a thing where how people react to you, i.e. if you go into a clan of samurai, but you're dressed as a ninja, they might not like you very much. But if you're dressed like a samurai, then you could infiltrate the samurai and actually get information on a Templar who's a samurai as well, without arousing suspicion. Rosie, that guard is so blind. Yeah, Rosie, sometimes the enemies in this game, and the trilogy actually, can be like that. It was Nemesis, yeah, Freedom Cry is really, really good. Adewale is such a great character, I'm glad that they at least gave him something. But it would have been nice to give him an actual full game as well, and not kill him off in Rogue. Rumor that Ubisoft could be working on a Marvel game. Yeah, who knows, really. I know they're doing a Star Wars game.
Maybe I'm hearing things.
Though Stephen King's writing is something that really bothers you. You really enjoy the way he builds his worlds and always nails the setting, but then it gets weird and overtly sexual, and then you lose interest. That's understandable, Levy. Yeah, and there's a book in particular where that goes way extreme in ways that I'm just like, dude. It won't take a Stephen King fan that much to figure it out as to what I'm referring to. It's like, yeah.
Help!
Who's there?
Over there.
Your mother's there. That's who's there.
Identify yourself.
My name's Piece of Shit.
What?
What? What? What? What?
Where'd they go?
Who knows? Must have flew away.
Must have been the wind.
Yeah, it was the wind. Sure. Wind
Who's
throws
there?
shit.
Over there.
Like, literally throws it. Hornpub AC Samurai when? Yeah. Rumor has it that Ubisoft is more interested in the progress on Hexa and not the Japan set game. In fact, the rumor is that they might actually swap releases and put the Hexa one ahead of releasing before the Japan set one. But that's just rumors. Rosie, you're super hyped about IO's Bond game. Yeah, I haven't played their Hitman games, but they do look really good, and it does look like a good fit as well. Nemesis, all the Batman games and no Superman game, just one. Yeah. But yeah, the Arkham games are good, I like those. Levy, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's just like, fucking hell, Steven, what are you doing? Afro hilarious, right? Levy, what, mate? Must be a bird or something. Exactly. Afro, a strong gust tonight. Yeah. Very strong. It's throwing chakrams around. Levy, you're also mainly interested in Hexa. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they cook up. And at first glance, it might seem like they're just trying to make Assassin's Creed into a horror series with that game, but if you actually think about it more, it's actually quite inventive to do an Assassin's Creed game set during some witch trials, because the Templars would no doubt like to use the fear and superstition that people have about witches and actually say, you know, there's these witches that hang out in this place, you know, and play into that. So I could see that working, actually. The Templars would be able to use that to their advantage with the whole fear about all the witches and stuff. Hornpub, what's Hexa or Hexa? Yeah, so it's an Assassin's Creed game set during Germany, during when there was witch trials and stuff. Whereas there's so many Bond moments and locations in the Hitman trilogy and the music too. Oh, is there, Rosie? That's cool. Yeah, I like that kind of thing. And speaking of James Bond, GoldenEye is getting re-released finally. So I'll definitely be streaming that at some point. Levy, you don't think they will, it's just the setting. Exactly, Levy. Yeah, they're not going to have like ghosts pop up or vampires just, you know, hanging around. Nemesis, since Mirage pushed back, they should put all effort into next-gen console versions. Yeah, well that's the thing too. Sometimes their timing is a bit off. You think they should work on something, you know, earlier rather than later too. Levy, Germany during that time was very bleak and dreary, and it was overall a scary time. You actually own a book about the witch trials in Germany, but it's in German, so it probably won't help. Yeah, when I was a child, I actually got a book of stories about witches, which was quite... At the time, I remember sometimes feeling a bit scared when I was reading it, because I was about 5 or 6 years old, or 7 years old. But a lot of those stories are probably partly why I ended up becoming a fan of horror, and I do like horror movies and games and stuff that deal with witchcraft, which is one of the reasons why I like Little Hope so much in the Dark Pictures series.
What? Maybe I'm hearing things.
Here! This one!
Maybe I'm hearing things.
What's that?
Identify yourself.
Levy, you don't really love it when they do that because they give actual witches or practitioners of witchcraft a bad name, especially if they use Wicca on the same boat as witchcraft, whereas one doesn't really involve the other. Makes you angry because it borderline incites religious conflict as Wicca is a religion. Yeah, Levy, yeah, there's definitely that aspect to it, you know what I mean? Like, and obviously there's, you know, sort of like positives and negatives, and there's a balance, you know, and not everything is positive, not everything is negative. Therefore, a lot of the stuff that, you know, quote-unquote witches actually practice is not, you know, hoping someone gets sick or, you know, stuff like that, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think it's important to, you know, remember that there are exceptions to stuff. you know, and that. But some people see something depicted in a movie and they only think that the negative side portrayed is the only side and that it covers everyone.
These cannons could prove useful.
Here! Here! There! This way! Alarm! They mustn't retake this castle. Yes, sir. We'll make sure none of them get close. Here! Stand back. They mustn't retake this castle. Yes, sir. We'll make sure none of them get close.
They weren't expecting that, were they?
Levy, you do agree, you just don't love how that happens most of the time. You do enjoy some good witch storylines, aka like Hereditary or similar, or The Witch, which goes down like folk horror routes where they treat the subject differently. Yeah, without trying to spoil anything for Little Hope, one of the Dark Pictures games, there is this question that the player gets given to answer through their choices, I guess, as the characters, which is this person really causing all this negative stuff with, you know, witchcraft? Or is it all just something that is being considered to be that only because, you know, they're questioning something they don't understand and things like that? So that game sort of like looks at that aspect of things. And you as the player can decide, you know, do you think that this person is actually a witch? And that if they are they the one causing these bad things to happen? And it's sort of like up to the player to decide through the characters that they play when certain choices are given.
Here! Here!
Levy will go clean the flat a little, leaving you a lurk. That's okay, Levy. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. And I hope that the cleaning goes well and not too strenuous or too frustrating. And thanks for leaving the lurk as well. Thank you so much, Levy. Remember how I said at the start of this level that it's probably wise to actually get to the end of the level with all your smoke bombs, and I said that I'll probably not use my smoke bombs that much? This game was pissing me off with all the fucking time I wasted, so fuck it. Time to do this the hard way.
Take out these guards before their reinforcements arrive.
I heard a story about them in China. A couple of 100 years back. Almost wiped out, but managed to cling on. Now they're meant to be thriving out there.
No one will get through!
Here we go.
Got it.
Got at least one smoke bomb.
Who knows? All I know is that until he's dead, things will be a bit tense. Everyone will be on alert.
How did he manage to disappear like that? One moment he was there.
What was that?
Well, that could have gone way worse than I thought it might.
That should keep the British busy. Now, let's find Sleeman and see what other treasures this place holds.
What lies beneath? 1841 Afghanistan Herat precursor site. With the Afghan forces now keeping the Templars busy, Arbaz follows Sleeman inside the castle and discovers another precursor site. Whatever this one holds, Arbaz knows he must reach it before Sleeman does.
Reinforce the gate! The Afghans are inside the castle! How did they even know this was here?
The mage knows all about this stuff.
How did they even know this was here?
The mage knows all about this stuff, apparently. He spent...
Don't! How did they even know this was here?
The mage knows all about this stuff, apparently. He has spent years discovering places like this.
Do you think the Afghans knew about this place?
I don't know. Maybe. They weren't happy about us taking over their castle.
Hey Shadow, how's it going? What is this PlayStation Portable game we're playing? It's actually a Xbox One, PS4 and PC game that came out in 2016, and I don't have a PlayStation 4, so this is the Xbox version playing on the Series S. But they did a trilogy of games that are in this style in the series. You play as different characters in different time periods and in different parts of the world. And this is the second one in the trilogy.
Did you know Alexander the Great built the castle above us? Do you think he knew about this place?
How could he not? It might explain why he was so unstoppable. Who knows what kind of things this place could hold?
See to it that you do a better bloody job of keeping this entrance sealed than the last one.
Sleeman went down. I need to find a way to follow him.
So this one, Shadow, was done by Climax. So Ubisoft did it with that, but I don't know which Ubisoft studio it was. But apparently Climax was a company that began in 2004, I think, from what I remember reading. So I'm not too sure what they might have done. I didn't actually look up what they had done. Nothing that I'm familiar with, at least by playing it. Maybe I've actually seen one of their games and just didn't know it was one of theirs. But I think they did a pretty good job doing this style. Being a big fan of Prince of Persia, especially the old school games too. Doing Assassin's Creed games in this style, I was just like, yep, sign me up. And while I wasn't too sure if I'd actually like them, because obviously you don't know sometimes until you buy, but I was able to test this not this game, Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, when it became available for free on Xbox Live. Yeah, Shadow. So Montreal did quite a lot of games in the series. Like they did Assassin's Creed 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, Black Flag, Unity, Origins, and Valhalla, to name a few. They also were the studio that did the original Prince of Persia Sands of Time as well. And they also did Watch Dogs 1.
Got to keep moving.
Afro, what about Bordeaux? Is Mirage there first? No idea actually, Afro, because I'm only really familiar with the big Ubisoft studios like Montreal and Quebec. I don't really know too much. Oh, there's also Shanghai, which did Splinter Cell, Pandora Tomorrow, and a lot of other stuff too. Shadow, basically Montreal's the main studio for anything AC. It used to be, Shadow. Yeah, it used to be. But unfortunately Ubisoft Quebec runs the franchise now, and they're the ones who did Odyssey. which I'm not a big fan of as a Assassin's Creed game. But there's things about it that I still don't mind. But overall, it's not one of the best Assassin's Creed games there is. Because Quebec's always been the studio that likes to poke fun at Assassin's Creed in a antagonistic way, not a tongue-in-cheek, haha, aren't we just being funny kind of way. And there's several instances in Syndicate, even though I say Syndicate's their best game that they've done, there's still jabs at the series that they do. But they're the ones that wanted more fantasy stuff in the series. They even did the Tyranny of King Washington DLC for Assassin's Creed 3, in which Connor basically gets magic powers. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's some really cool people that work at Ubisoft Quebec. But I mean to say, if you just look at the Assassin's Creed games that they do, their best Assassin's Creed game is actually Syndicate, because it is an Assassin's Creed game. Whereas Odyssey is Witcher 3, except Ubisoft's version of what Witcher 3 would have been if it were part of the AC series kind of thing. But there's a bit of that in Valhalla as well. Yeah, they did Origins, Shadow, they did that as well. Afro writes that Bordeaux has made Skull and Bones, a lot of Division and Rainbow Six mobile. Yeah, I mean, as much as I really liked Rainbow Six Vegas 1 and 2, I was sort of like curious what they would do with the series in the future at that point, and when they did Rainbow Six Siege, I was like, nah, not my kind of thing. I rather the, you know, single player story experience. Whoa, holy shit. But yeah, Skull and Bones. I mean, how hard is it really to do a pirate game? Really. You know, it's not... It shouldn't be rocket science. Alright, I need to stop talking and trying to play, because at the moment, I just seem to not be able to play properly while talking. It's no one's fault, it's just that sometimes in games my brain is trying to think of what I want to say, while at the same time trying to concentrate on what I'm doing in the game. And sometimes it doesn't let me actually do both at the same time competently. Afro. They also did Wrath of the Druids for Valhalla. That was pretty decent actually. I didn't mind that DLC, Wrath of the Druids. But yeah, that's something that they did too. I see. Shadow, you mean Sea of Thieves wasn't a smash hit in the beginning, if you can recall correctly? Yeah, I haven't actually played Sea of Thieves. I guess the thing with Ubisoft and Skull and Bones is that Ubisoft know how to do third-person kind of like action adventure game genre, right? So with Skull and Bones, you would think that they'd find it pretty easy to do a narratively driven open world pirate game with a character that goes through a journey through the story. But so far it seems that the story that they've revealed is just a launching pad for the gameplay, as in once that bit of the story is out of the way, then there's no more story. It's just basically you going around doing whatever you want as a pirate and, you know, grinding for upgrades for your ship and all that type of stuff. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like they want to do a game that actually has a narrative that goes all the way through from the start of the game to the finish, that you can jump in and out of, that you like. But their setup so far just seems to be you're someone who starts at the bottom and is just a lowly crew member, but you work your way up to Thingo, which is interesting. But at the same time, like, you can add a bit of like adventure to it, having islands to explore, go out on foot and find more than just treasure and then that's it, you know what I mean? Like, actually go to an island and discover a whole set of characters that you didn't know exist yet because you didn't explore before, but now you have. You found like a whole different set of characters that kick off a whole different storyline within the narrative. You know, that's something that I think they should do with Skull and Bones, is like, right, here's your character, here's the setup for the story. If you don't want to do the story right now, you can actually still explore and go around to different islands. You might find some people that are in the game world that will open up a different kind of story for you in the game. So kind of like side missions, except don't just make the side missions a one and done and then you move on to the next one. Like, actually have multiple story threads that are in the game. You have the main one, but then you have all these different ones that are separate to the main story, but they kick off their own little storylines. So let's say you're exploring and you come across an island and there's like a tribe of cannibals, and then there's someone who is being you know, set up to be eaten by them. You might kill the cannibals, rescue the person, and then they might say, hey, you know, thank you so much for rescuing me. This is my backstory, and hey, I'm looking for this. And then you're like, oh, cool, you know, and then you go off on that storyline. You know, so things like that. I don't know why they can't do that, but we'll just have to wait and see when it finally comes out to see what's what. But something that I sort of thought was stupid is, in Black Flag, for example, when you actually are fighting a ship, when it's damaged enough, you start the boarding process if you want, and the characters will swing across and you control Edward and swing across and all that type of stuff. But at least you get to experience it. But in Skull and Bones, once you have the ship that you're fighting damaged enough, you just activate the boarding process and you sit back and watch a cutscene of the pirates jump on board, do what they need to do, and then it's back to you on the ship. And I'm like, how boring is that? I want to experience and play through the raiding of the ship, the grabbing onto the ropes and swinging across and landing on an enemy and fighting them, you know, and that kind of thing. I don't just want to see that in a cutscene, you know what I mean? So I think that's ridiculous that they're doing that with the game. I have Shadow, yeah, I've played all the Watch Dogs games. I think the first two are still the best. Watch Dogs is another series too that I like to do annual playthroughs of, so I'll definitely be doing that again with the Watch Dogs trilogy. Shadow, who did Watch Dogs 2? You said Montreal did the first, who did the second? I can't actually remember. I think it was another studio. Maybe I'm wrong. Watch Dogs 2. Oh no, by Ubisoft Montreal. For some reason I thought the second one was done by someone else. Actually no, I got confused. Watch Dogs Legion, the third game, is actually done by someone else. Watch Dogs Legion is done by Toronto, that's it, Ubisoft Toronto. And they're actually the people doing the remake of Splinter Cell as well.
Moving. Why do I make this so hard for myself?
Talk about cutting things fucking finally, Jesus Christ. I thought right at the end there Arbaz was going to get killed.
That lift must lead to whatever it is they are after. I have to reach the top first. That lift must lead to whatever it is they are after. I have to reach the top first. That's what they were looking for.
Step away, if you will. You're quick, assassin. But are you quick enough to dodge all our bullets? Now, remove your weapons, and no fancy little tricks.
Live to fight another day, Outlass.
Cheddar, you never played Watch Dogs 2. In Watch Dogs 1, they made a reference to the Assassin's Creed assassins, implying they were part of the same universe. Did they ever do anything of the sort in Watch Dogs 2? It's kind of weird in Watch Dogs 2 because you actually go and do a mission at Ubisoft Studios in San Francisco. No joke. But, having said that, in Black Flag in the present day, Abstergo Entertainment, if you actually have a look, they have partnered with Ubisoft to create the experiences that they're making for the public. And if you actually look around, you can see the books of Assassin's Creed written by Oliver Bowden. And in that game as well, in the present day, you find a letter from Bloom, and Bloom is the evil organization in the Watch Dogs series. They sent a letter to Abstergo Entertainment wanting to collaborate or something on a project. So that was the first instance where they actually connected Watch Dogs 1 and Assassin's Creed together. I think Watch Dogs came out a year after Black Flag. So in the Assassin's Creed universe, Ubisoft actually exists. So when you take that into consideration, the fact that they have a studio that you visit in Watch Dogs 2 means that Assassin's Creed and Watch Dogs are in the same universe, but also our reality is in the universe of Assassin's Creed 2, because up until Assassin's Creed Black Flag, Ubisoft was never mentioned in any of the Assassin's Creed games, so Black Flag introduced the idea that Ubisoft exists in the Assassin's Creed universe. So it can get a bit convoluted. But as for Watch Dogs 2, there's no like cameo by an assassin character. Like, no one pops up and you're like, hey, who's this? And they're like, oh yeah, my name is Frank Auditore. You know, something like that. It doesn't happen.
Good morning, assassin. Welcome to Catus Raj. You've been out for a while. We weren't sure if you were ever coming back around. I am Captain...
I know who you are.
Good. And I know you as well. My spies have told me everything about you. And your lover, the lovely princess, Ayarakawa. Brave, but hopeless.
What do you want with me?
If it were up to me, after your actions in Afghanistan, you'd be dead. However, William wishes to talk to you personally. Once he returns from dealing with the Afghans, your time will come. For now, please, enjoy our hospitality.
Whilst your hospitality seems lovely, I'd much rather enjoy this knife I took from you.
The Thief Within. 1841, Punjab Kataraj Temple. Arbaz awakens at Kataraj Temple in the custody of the Templars. Stripped of his tools and weapons, Arbaz must rely on all his skills and intelligence to escape. Once reunited with his equipment, Arbaz can then liberate the Templars of the artifacts they have acquired, stealing them from within their own camp.
I'm free, but I need to find my equipment.
Shadow 007 has lost his touch. Yeah. It's an ancestor that he didn't know about.
Did you see all the equipment they took off that assassin?
I know. What was all that stuff?
What was that?
Catching rest, but not intruders. So there's my weapons. Now just to reach them.
You, stop! Where'd they go? Who's there?
I've glitched him. So in this shadow you get a special skill where you can actually make yourself invisible to enemies temporarily. But it's only a gameplay thing. It's not an in-universe thing, so Arbaz didn't have the ability to make himself invisible like that. But as part of the gameplay they decided, hey, how about we have the player be able to make Arbaz go invisible for certain parts.
What?
Yeah, Shadow, this area here, he's not behind anything. That's true. He's just like, la-di-da-di-da.
I'm surprised the assassin is still alive. Is that wise?
That assassin is no threat to anyone anymore. We stripped him bare of his weapons and tools and tied him up in this blazing sun.
Right, now to find my tools.
So these enemies in the trilogy are introduced in this game, where they can actually go into hiding spots like that. And if you just go past them, whether you're running or whether you're crouch walking or whether you're just walking, they will instant kill you. So what you need to do is either avoid where they are somehow, or throw a smoke bomb to where they are, which will bring them out, and then you can kill them. This is something that the China game didn't actually have, but this game and Russia actually has.
There they are. But there are too many guards to tackle. Maybe if I could disguise myself as one of them.
Afra, where are we right now? So the game says that it is, and of course it doesn't show me that information when I want to actually go, but we're here. Katasraj Mandir is a Hindu temple complex situated in Katas village. Now is that Choa Saidansha? In the Chakwal district of Punjab in Pakistan. Mandir means temple. So yeah, that's the current level that we're on at the moment. That's where it's located.
Catching rest, but not intruders.
Identify. Get him!
I pressed the fucking button. Game, don't you fucking pretend like I didn't. I pressed the button to do the helix thing. Oh, I didn't realize it created a checkpoint after I already collected it, but put our bars in a different... That's cool. That happens in Russia. There's a level where there's a lift that you have to activate, and there's 3 different activation points you have to take care of. Instead of having to travel all the way back to the top of the lift to activate it when you've done the 3 switches or whatever they are, if you just desynchronize, either by dying or falling to your death or being detected and then letting yourself die, it actually teleports you back to the top of the lift, but still counts the fact that you already got those 3 switches. So in this game, on that point, it seems like as long as you get the item you need to collect, the checkpoint will remember that you've collected it, but it will put you back in a different spot, so you don't have to go back there again.
What was that?
Thanks, tree, for getting in the road. That very rarely happens. I don't remember having that happen before.
Now to reclaim my tools.
Why didn't the captain kill the assassin when he had the chance?
Apparently Major Sleeman wants him alive. He'll be back as soon as he finishes up in Afghanistan.
The Templars have left their treasure behind. But it's heavily guarded. A rifleman, of course. 3 more. Burns, you are thorough. I'll need to take care of them if I want to reach the box and the diamond. This rifle could come in handy.
Stop! Assassin! must be the assassin! Man the mortars!
Those guards must be stopped, or their mortars will bring this tower down.
This is another great running sequence. The escape, 1841 Punjab Khataraj Temple. With his theft discovered, Arbaz must now escape the temple as the full force of the Templars is being unleashed upon him. Standing between him and his freedom, though, is Captain Alexander Burns.
That mortar fire is getting closer. I must keep moving.
Work out a way to stop it!
Those elephants will bring this place down. Where did he go? Need to move quickly. Arbaz, faster.
Watch out!
That was close.
Hold your fire! I'm impressed, Arbaz. It's a shame that we find ourselves on such different sides.
Thank you. How about not killing me then?
How about this? I will give you a chance to live. If you can beat me one-on-one, you walk away. What say you to that?
No tricks? A fair fight?
No tricks. You win, you leave. I win, you die.
Get him! No mercy!
Clever boy.
Put him down!
Come on, Captain! Beat some sense into him, sir!
No mercy!
Good.
Put him down! Finish him! Show him his place! No mercy! Get him! Put him down!
Come on, Captain!
Finish him!
It will be an honorable death at your hands, assassin.
No. You will have to live knowing an assassin beat you. The men who stand here now will know you were defeated.
Stand down, men. He has earned the right to live.
If I see you again, Burns...
You won't. There is nothing left to see.
That's right. There's nothing left to see. It's all gone. I've lost him.
Amid, I have them. I have the box and the Koh-i-Noor.
Arbaz, Sleeman and his troops have taken the palace.
What? Piara.
Sleeman has her.
It is a trap! They know you will come!
Perhaps, but they will not see me coming.
And here we go, the final level of the game. The Rescue, 1841, Amritsar Summer Palace. With the box and diamond in his possession, Arbaz returns to Amritsar to tell Hamid of his success. Instead, he was met by the news that William Sleeman and the Templars have taken control of the Summer Palace and are holding Piara hostage. Knowing that time is against him, Arbaz plans a full-on assault on the palace.
Hold on, Piara. I'm coming.
Blow the tower!
Lower the gate!
Where were you before you got stationed?
Damn it. Killed us all.
He's using the woman to lure him here.
How long have you served?
A few years. Hoping to stay out of trouble so I can get a few more in before retirement.
Gotcha.
Here! Over here! Help!
Hey!
Major needs the things the assassin stole from the camp.
Where were you before?
Who's there?
Here! Over here! Help! This way!
Alright, motherfuckers. It's time to get fucking bloody serious. You motherfucking cunts. Had enough of this fucking shit.
There! This way! Here! Over here! If we find you!
Fuck off, game. I can't pick him up and I can't loot from him simply because he's fucking fallen that way. Fuck off, game. Fuck off.
Help! We are watching for you.
Who's there?
Quicker, Abbas. There she is.
I know you're there, assassin. One false move on your part, and I'm afraid your beloved princess will suffer the consequences.
If Sleeman sees me, I'm dead.
You brought this on yourself, assassin. You've meddled with things that don't concern you or your kind. We should have ended this long ago, but we let your puny little orders slip through our grasp. Well, I am to make up for that mistake, starting with you. You should already be dead, assassin. I thought that rabid dog Burns would be the end of you. You've only really got one choice, you know. Give me the box and the diamond, and I will kill only you. I'm growing weary of your little there! I'm growing weary of your little vanishing act, assassin. Why don't you step out of the shadows and face me like a man? There! Be a good boy and just die!
Thanks, game. That's very fair. Make the fucking character off screen that we can't fucking do damage to the prick.
Here!
Let her go, Sleeman. We can resolve this without her.
Give me the box and the jewel, and I'll let her live.
Let her go first.
No. The box and the jewel. Toss them now.
I'm sorry, Abbas.
Kiara. I'm sorry too.
You'll both be very sorry if you don't toss me that box and the jewel now! Damn!
Are you okay? Did he hurt you?
Did you not see? I hurt him.
I may recruit you into the Brotherhood.
Shut up. Now go after him and get that box back.
I'm not leaving you. The place is filled with Templars, Piara. The Brotherhood will get this box back.
Kohinoor. You grabbed it.
So there we go. And some point after this, Arbaz and Piara have a son called Jayadeep Mir, who goes to take the name Henry Green and is in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So that's his mother and father. So there is a after credits scene, but for some reason in the India game, which is the second one in the trilogy, they decided to make it that if you skip the credits, you don't get the after credits scene. Whereas in the first game in the trilogy, China, you can actually skip the credits and it goes straight to the after credits scene. So that means that we're going to have to watch the credits because I want to actually watch the after credits sequence. If you don't want to wait around to actually see it, you can go onto YouTube and find it if you want. But I want to watch it myself in the game as kind of like a, hey, you finished the game, here's all the cutscenes. So we're just going to skip to the next part, and the fact that the Koh-i-Noor diamond is in their possession ties in really well with how in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, in the last Maharaja DLC, Henry smashes what Evie and Jacob thought was the actual real Koh-i-Noor diamond, but was actually a fake. And Henry tells them that the real Koh-i-Noor diamond, which is the same diamond that we just saw with Arbaz and Piara, never actually left India. And that the Queen, for all that time, was wearing what she thought was the genuine Koh-i-Noor, but it was actually the fake one. I'm going to be floating around, so I will get to people's responses in chat. But otherwise, I'll just be doing other stuff while the credits are going on. So after this is actually finished and we see the after credits scene, I will actually be starting Chronicles Russia next. And it'll probably end up being a late one for me to do so, but I'd like to actually get the trilogy of games done, so that way, when it's Sunday for me, I can start my annual series playthrough with the very first Assassin's Creed, collecting all the flags, and also playing the game with no HUD elements at all for the whole game. But what I'll likely do after the after credit sequence is done is take a little bit of a break, because I'll need to change the stream elements message to match the Chronicles Russia game, plus also go and do some stuff. But that's what's coming up next, Assassin's Creed Chronicles Russia. In which will be playing as Nikolai Orlov. In Assassin's Creed 3 in present day, there's a Templar named Daniel Cross, and when Desmond goes to get the power sources for Juno's temple, where she's been held, to actually open the doorway, Daniel Cross appears, and he's about to shoot Desmond in the final interaction that they have. But before he can actually shoot Desmond, he actually has what I call a bleeding effect interference, which basically means that at any given time, Daniel Cross can completely lose control of what he's doing, and an ancestor who has DNA in him, the memories of that ancestor will intrude upon his own and completely take over him, and a confusion state happens where he doesn't know if he's actually in the Animus or if he's actually in real life, doesn't know if he's actually Daniel Cross, doesn't know if he's actually someone else, and he starts speaking Russian. And the reason is because he's related to Nikolai Orlov. He's actually a descendant of him. So when Desmond is about to get shot by Daniel Cross, and Daniel just goes haywire, being affected by the bleeding effect and the memories of everything, that he's actually experiencing memories of Nikolai in real time, and he can't control it. So that gives Desmond an opportunity to basically chase after him and then kill him finally. So these three games in the Chronicles trilogy, there's a lot of really cool connections and ties to other games in the series, and I haven't done it yet, but I wouldn't mind, once my annual series is done this year, actually doing some playthroughs where I take games that aren't necessarily following on from one another directly, but are kind of like in the same family of characters, you know, so playing this game and then Syndicate together, playing Assassin's Creed Revelations and watching Assassin's Creed Embers and playing Chronicles China back to back, because they're all related to each other. And with Assassin's Creed Chronicles Russia, probably play that with Assassin's Creed 3, maybe. But we'll get to that later in the year. So for those new to the channel, every weekend I stream Assassin's Creed. I also do an annual series playthrough. Now what that means is I don't play every game in the series, because there's some games like Assassin's Creed Rogue that I don't actually like, so I don't actually play that. I do play Odyssey though, which might seem a bit weird. Why do you like to play that and not Assassin's Creed Chronicles or Assassin's Creed Rogue? Well, one of the reasons is because in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, as much as it's a terrible Assassin's Creed game, as a game, there's stuff in it that I actually like. There are some things that I don't mind that it does in terms of like trying to connect it to the wider Assassin's Creed universe. Some stuff, but not all stuff. Whereas in Assassin's Creed Rogue, I fucking hate Shay Cormac as a character. I hate the fact that we kill assassins in that game. I hate the fact that Adewale gets killed in it. I hate the fact that Shay also gets to live a life until he's an old man and dies of natural causes. So there's all these things about Assassin's Creed Rogue that I absolutely loathe. The gameplay is great, but I'm not going to play through the game and just skip the cutscenes. So that's why I don't play Rogue. There's enough in Odyssey for me to still like actually replaying it, but in terms of like playing it as a Assassin's Creed title, I'm getting to the point soon where I won't be doing any more playthroughs that I consider to be quote-unquote the canon way of playing it, and I'll basically do playthroughs that are like challenge ones, or I'll just do, you know, whatever. But I do have an overall video project that I'm working on with Odyssey. I want to do my own version of the story using the game footage and everything like that. So we'll get to a point where for my annual series playthrough of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, instead of playing the game, I'll just basically stream the video project when it's finally finished. It could be a year or two from now. There's so much work to do on it. But my plan is ultimately that the annual series playthrough of Assassin's Creed Odyssey won't be me playing the game, it'll be me commentating over the version of the story that I will put together with the gameplay footage and the cutscene changes and the dialogue changes that I want to put. and just basically talk over it. But I'll have a clean version that will be accessible, so if people want to watch it without me talking over it, there will be a version of that available. But this is a long time. I'm still compiling all the stuff I need for it, let alone actually sitting down and nitty-gritty editing stuff together. So I just want to wait till I have all the pieces that I need. So in my annual playthrough of Odyssey this year, I'm actually doing a dialogue audio only playthrough, so there won't be any music, there won't be any sound effects, just the dialogue audio. I'd like to get a clean version of the dialogue audio so I can basically cut out dialogue I don't like, cut out dialogue that refers to stuff I don't like in the game that isn't really that important, and stuff like that. Hey there, Hippie. Welcome. You missed this game, you had to go outside. Oh, that's fair enough, Hippie. That's no worries at all. I'm actually watching the credits because in this one, if you skip the credits, you also skip the after credits sequence, which is a bit weird. Because in the previous game, which is actually the first one in this trilogy, if you skip the cutscene, if you skip the credits, you go straight to the cutscene. I don't know why they did that for this. It's just weird. Yeah, so I'll be doing that after I finish this stream, actually. I mean, it's almost 11 PM, and the game will probably take me about 4 hours, I'd say, to actually finish. So I'll probably end up going until like 2 in the morning or something. But Russia is one of those games that it's another short one. Because of the time period it's set in, you actually get a rifle as one of the weapons you can use. Hey there, Lucky. You re-downloaded the Ezio collection, Pure Happiness. That's excellent that you did. Yeah, it's actually a good collection. I wish they didn't change some of the stuff in Assassin's Creed 2, like visual-wise. Like, I think that places like Forlì, for example, in the original version of Assassin's Creed 2, it's very dreary, it's very desaturated colours, and it's supposed to be gloomy. But in the remaster, as part of the Ezio collection, they actually cleaned that up and made it a bit brighter and a bit more like happy looking, which is definitely not the vibe that they were going for originally. But apart from that, that's the only thing that I could probably say that the Ezio trilogy did that wasn't necessary. But it is still a good package because you get the games, obviously, you get all the DLC for every single game in the trilogy, plus you get the live action movie with Ezio's father Giovanni in full. And then you also get the animated short movie, Assassin's Creed Embers, that takes place after Revelations, so you can see what happens to Ezio when he's 65 years old after the events of Revelations. So it's a pretty good package. Yeah, Hippie. Yeah, if I can get the trilogy done in one day, it won't really be one day, because by the time I get towards the end of Assassin's Creed Chronicles Russia, it'll probably be past midnight on a Saturday, which means it'll become Sunday. But I wanted to get it done, one after the other anyway. And then that way I can do my Assassin's Creed annual playthrough series for 2023, starting with AC1, playing without the HUD on, and collecting all the flags in the game. Lucky, Florence looks absolutely phenomenal on the PS5, it's just beautiful. It really does, Lucky. You know, I've seen images of it from the PS5 version as well, and it's just so good. You know, it's a really good trilogy. It's a shame that there were no other characters later on that got their own trilogy as well, because I think that would have been cool for a lot of different characters. Something that I've got lined up for Assassin's Creed playthroughs is a animated emote that I put together myself. So what I'm going to do now, even though I'm not actually playing Assassin's Creed 1, as kind of a teaser for, I guess, setting up, maybe not hype for Assassin's Creed 1, but I think what I might do is make it available early, because I was going to wait till I started streaming Assassin's Creed 1, but what I'll do now is actually make it active. Alright, so let's see.
You have my thanks, Albaz. Cannot have been easy to retrieve the diamond.
Take good care of it, Ethan. It is truly unique. It would be a shame if its fate was to remain hidden in a safe.
I will. You have my word. The diamond's journey is just beginning.
And there we go. That is Ethan Fry, father of Jacob and Evie, who you play as in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Okay, so I think it should be active now. If it's not turning up, it's only because you might need to refresh. But there was a Assassin's Creed animated emote that I've added. And even I have to reload. I need to say though, of course, that unfortunately, not yet anyway, Twitch hasn't allowed free follower emotes to be animated ones. So this is something that only those who are actually subscribed will be able to use. It's even locked off to me at the moment. That happens sometimes though, I've noticed. You activate the emote, and then when you go and you've refreshed your page and you go to use it, it's got like a padlock symbol on it. Okay, I'm back. As usual, whenever I'm doing something in a game, I forget that I actually need to put it on. Let's see if we'll actually do as well. Come on. Now it's available. There we go. It's just something simple. I'm not an expert at making animated emotes or anything, but it's pretty much just Altair's head popping up out of a haystack. Lucky Edward Kenway Trilogy would have been fantastic. It really would have been, you know. It would have been really cool to actually have that as well. If you think you dislike Chronicles India, it's just a weird combination of things from what you read in the plot. You'd rather the things in the game be a little more justifying to the historical references used, rather than some blend of things made from a Western perspective. That's understandable, Hippie, yeah, you know. Because that's the thing with games like this, and it's in any franchise that sets itself in a different country, that some people who aren't in that country or don't know any better will just accept it for what it is, but not realize that there's things about it that might be wrong, you know, whereas someone who is able to recognize the things that they've done wrong, and if it's not up to good standard in that regard, then it's understandable not to want to worry about it. Oh, that's good, Hippie, yeah, because I also got that one as well, the 7TV one. Hippie, that looks good. Thanks, dude, yeah. It's just something simple. I don't have his hand, you know, pushing the hay or anything like that. But that'll be active for my annual series playthrough of Assassin's Creed. Okay, so that's the end of Assassin's Creed Chronicles India. So I will take a break of about, let's say, probably 20 minutes will be good. And then I'll come back with Assassin's Creed Chronicles Russia. That'll put it at 11 PM my time on a Saturday. And it'll probably take me 4 hours to actually finish it. So I might even be finishing at 3 AM. But whatever the case, I want to get it done. So that's what I'll be doing. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. If you check the past broadcast, you'll be able to find the full playthrough that I did of Chronicles China. Thanks everyone for watching, and if you can't make it back in 20 minutes, that's completely fine. Thanks for watching this. You'll definitely find that next stream in the past broadcast when I finished it. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll be back in 20 minutes with Assassin's Creed Chronicles Russia. Awesome, Hippie. I'll see you when I get back then.